Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we are kicking off the week in Satisfactory. There's also brand new episodes of the SpongeChunk podcast out there for you to listen to. Episode 344 is out, and that is where myself and Johnny talked about the latest Bedrock preview, which brought happy ghasts and vibrant visuals to testing for players, as well as a spoiler-free review of a Minecraft movie. I talked a little bit about it here on the stream on Saturday, and I went into more detail on the show yesterday. Again, spoiler-free. Johnny hadn't seen it, so he's going to see it on Wednesday, and we'll have a full detailed report next week on the SpongeChunks about the movie. So hopefully you have seen it, or you are planning to go see it if you are a Minecraft fan. Welcome in, Blast Jordan. Good to see you. SweetSandi is here. Snuggly Boo Bear. Hey, we read your email on the show yesterday. Grumpa 1974. Good to see you. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Good week. I have joked previously about gray spring here in Nova Scotia. It's now white spring. we got like 3 centimeters of snow today, which is not what I was expecting. But it makes for a good day to hang out in here and play video games. Podcast was great, says Snuggly Boo Bear. Thanks for answering your question. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for asking. Vibrant visuals is definitely on my radar. I think that's probably going to be the most important thing for me in the 1.21.6 or the 1.22 update, depending on what they call it. There's a snapshot out today, actually. They've changed the snapshot release dates now to Tuesday, which is, I mean, good and bad because it keeps things consistent, because updates release on Tuesday, snapshots now release on Tuesday, but our podcast comes out on Monday. So literally the day after we do the podcast, the news is kind of old. So I don't know how we're going to go about that. I mean, on the positive side, on the SpongeChunks, we have an entire week to play around with and look at the snapshot, get player feedback, see videos from other creators. So like it gives some time for the news to percolate, which is good. But yeah, I am looking forward to vibrant visuals. I'm really looking forward to, and would love if anybody in my community could point me towards a Minecraft Java shader pack that emulates vibrant visuals. Would love it. Would love to mess around with that. But today, we are going to mess around in Satisfactory. And for those that don't recall, we've hooked up the rubber from Megatron to Devastator temporarily. And so now we are making and storing / moving modular engines. So we have more stuff to do for thermal propulsion rockets. We're getting close to turbo motors. I think we need radio control units, which means we need to automate crystal oscillators. So I think that's probably what's on the docket for today, is trying to figure out where we're putting our crystal oscillators. I think they're going to be in the same room as the other stuff. Oh, also, I'm back here, and I believe that these are the wrong color. Yeah, these are steel pipes. What color is that? Looks like a custom color. That looks pretty close. Cool. This is the Wheeljack storage facility, which is where we're putting all of our stuff into dimensional depots. And I don't remember why I was here. I think I was just mapping it for our production. I've been working on the Satisfactory modeler file to share with everybody in the Discord. Where's our next stop? Let's go to Devastator next. Snuggly Boo Bear says, I really felt bad that you had such a rough experience when you watched the movie. Yes, the Minecraft movie experience, the movie was okay, but my theater experience, the audience was extraordinarily rowdy. And actually, if you go to the spawnchunks.com, look up the show notes for episode 344, it should be right on the front page. And at the bottom, in our main discussion area, I linked 3 mainstream news articles from CBC, I want to say it was the International or something in the UK, and People Magazine or Variety. Anyway, major news organizations are reporting on really disruptive behavior from essentially teenagers in the Minecraft movie. It's like a TikTok trend or a meme, and it's awful. It's gonna make me sound like an old man, but if you are a young person going out to see the movie, or you are parents of young people that are going out to see the movie without you, talk to them about this, because it's really disrespectful. I also feel bad for movie theater employees. Like, the mess that people have to clear up is awful. And in my theater, like, people were throwing water bottles with water in them. Like, not full, but like enough that, like, if that hits a kid in the head, it's gonna hurt. You know, I got hit in the chest with a Pringles can. Like, it was terrible. Blast Jordan says, last week was quite hectic for you. Probably plan to go watch the movie on Saturday. Probably also a celebration of IELTS results on Friday. Very cool. I would actually do the opposite of what I did. I would go to like a matinee, somewhere where there's going to be like parents, even though there's going to be like little kids in the audience, like 5 and 10. Just the fact that the parents will be there will be much better for you, I think. I don't know that it would stop these teenagers. They seem to be folks that just don't care. Ciari, I'm just tuning into the theater talk. Yikes. Yeah, no, it's rough. It's really too bad, because I think more people are talking about that than they are talking about the actual Minecraft movie. Most of the reviews of the Minecraft movie are mediocre at best. 2.5 out of 5, 2. It's not getting Snow White reviews, but it's pretty rough. From critics, anyway. Audiences are rating it a lot higher. And the gross, amount of money it's making is a testament to its success. But the problem is, you don't know how much of that $157 million is the widespread ironic viewing, right? From teenagers. My frame rate today is abysmal. I'm not sure what's going on. I should try to see if there's anything on my computer that I could shut down. No, looks like everything's okay. Luckily, your partner and I have Friday off, says Snuggly Boo Bear, so for showing on the weekend when kiddos are in school. Nice. So you haven't seen it yet, Snuggly? So, up here is where we did our modular engines, and they should be cooking along by now. Not sure if we're going to see one go by, but they do come out of these little ports. There's one right there. And so these guys are all working at 100%, I think. Yes, good stuff. We like to see those numbers. Wonderful. And so for folks that don't know, this is in the production. So I'll zoom in here. This is this last phase right here on the bottom. So we're sending modular engines. They will eventually go to thermal propulsion rockets. But now we have that taken care of, this taken care of, and this taken care of. So the last thing for thermal propulsion rockets is turbo motors. However, they are fairly complicated. They need rubber as well. They need motors we've got the rubber motors coming in, and we have the cooling systems, but we do not have the radio control units. And so if you track the radio control units back, they need aluminum casings, which we have, computers, which we do not have, at least not at 4 per minute, not locally anyway. We could pick them up, I think, from the other factory, but it's really kind of shy. I'd like to have more computers going into storage. And then crystal oscillators. And now crystal oscillators are, oops, didn't mean to move that. Crystal oscillators are things we can make here. We can do cable. We are making crystal, and we are making heavy modular frames. So I need to figure out of our heavy modular frames if we have any spare. And I need to figure out, we only need 2 crystal oscillators for this particular setup. I'd like to probably make more crystal oscillators, because they are used for other things, if I remember correctly. Where are we for daylight? Oh, we're pretty good. Okay. So, crystal oscillators. We're going to use the base recipe. That's fine. I don't necessarily need to automate that. That's the recipe we're using for the control unit. They are used in the quantum encoder. So eventually we'll have to make more. At least 5 a minute. Uranium, I'm not worried about at this location. So we want to make at least 5 a minute, plus whatever my plan needs, which is 2. We could probably go for 10 a minute. If I'm looking at radio control units, where are they? Ah. We might have to make our own tab for that. I only need 4. And what are radio control units used for? Oh, we could make them without computers. High-speed connectors. Circuit boards. I don't know if we have that alternate recipe. Ah, they're in conversion cubes and turbo motors. So we want to make at least 6. I'm going to go with probably 8. All right, well, let's plan that out then. I think this might require its own source. Oh, look, we've got a crystal oscillators tab. Oh, that's already set up. Sweet. I was thinking ahead. Crystal oscillators. I wonder if it's going to be worth doing like a little modular thing in here first. This is probably going to be easier. So if I copy this, and we'll just backtrack from there. Let's do 8. So 8 computers. 4 crystal oscillators, and we'll use probably that recipe. Delara resubbing at tier 1. Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. Aluminum casing. I don't know if we're using the alt recipe or not. I guess I need to check that. Let's find out. Aluminum is just downstairs. I guess we can't fit through there anymore. No, we're just doing the regular aluminum casing recipe. This is the one that needed copper, but I think this is also the vanilla recipe. Yes. The cool factory. Delara, thank you ever so much again. I really appreciate it. Okay. So we're using the basic recipe. We are using pure aluminum ingot and electrode. I think we're just using aluminum scrap. Cool. Really, I don't really have to go too much farther back here. This is a great application. It's free on Steam. It's called Satisfactory Modeler. So we got crystal oscillators. Stitched iron plates is currently what we're doing. And computers. So if we're going to do 8, that will give us extra, which is good. We'll need 128 of those casings. So we're using some of those now. Where are we? No, we're using all clad sheets. So I just need to figure out how many of these I'm actually making. Sorry, that I should have had that up. We are doing 60. Oh wow, we're doing a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 960. $480 on each belt, but we are not at 100%, obviously. We do have aluminum issues. It's a known problem. But we are making 960, which is more than I need. So that is good. I only need 128. So we can pull the aluminum casings off of the main bus. They're going to be down here. Yes. And then I should have access through here. Where are they attached? They are... Oh, they're there. Okay, cool. So we can bring them out this way. So that is already happening. It's just not hooked up. Crystal oscillators. Need to figure out how many we're making. And where we're going to make them. And I said I needed to do... How many crystal oscillators did I say I was going to do? I think I said I was going to do 8. I don't think I want to use AI limiters. You get more. Rubber's already coming in. I don't know how much rubber we have to spare, though. MindTripMedia with the 100 bits in the lurk. Thanks very much. I really appreciate it. $5 per minute. Right. Minimum of 5 plus whatever I need, which I think is 4. Yeah, so we're going to do at least 10 crystal oscillators as well. And so for that, we'll need a splitter. This is a priority splitter, so it'll prioritize this, and this will be crystal. Overflow. Six and 4 is 10. So then we know we need 180 crystals. Wish these were a little bit easier to move around. So 180 crystals is minimum what we need. And those are currently being made right next door. And the output is 21 times 40, right? 840, that makes sense. Question is, why are these at 93%? I did see a break in the quartz input, so let's check that. Looks like it's only this group here. They're not getting enough quartz. Whereas that's getting plenty. So there might be something screwy there with the underside, so we'll have to figure that out as we double check this area. But again, we are making more than enough for the crystal oscillators. And I'm thinking it might be worth it to take some of the crystal here before it goes back to the main bus and make our crystal oscillators up here. We've got space back here. And room to bring up materials here. So we could put some crystal oscillators in here. And I guess we just have to figure out how much one of them takes.
Have you correctly calculated the necessary power?
Yes. I always do. Crystal oscillator. So it only makes 100. 1 per minute. And I need 10 of these, so that's actually not going to fit there. So we'll have to do it up here. And then radio control units. I'm going to make 8 per minute. We're going to have to expand this, I think. $2.5. So we'll need 4 machines. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. I think we can fit more. Yeah. I'm not sure why I deleted that. So there's 4 for crystal oscillators. Do I have the room underneath here? I probably do. Yes. Now, do we want to separate the crystal oscillators at all from their neighbor? Like, do we want to have a walkway going in here maybe? Bali, tier 1, 7 months in a row. Thanks ever so much for the support, Bali. Appreciate it. So we have the room no matter what. I'm just deciding if I want crystal oscillators to be like right here. And we'll just continue the red process. That's probably a good idea. And that does bring us out to be even with the aluminum production below, so that's good too. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so then it's really just where we're getting the cable and where we're getting the quartz crystal. The quartz crystal can come up from down here. That's all happening. Floor below? Yeah. So we can take the quartz up the trench, the yellow, bring it up into our crystal oscillator factory. And I don't know that I'm making cable anywhere. I used to. I'm making it for storage, but I don't think I'm making it here. Some of this is still getting sunk. So we actually have the ability to turn more of this into cable. So that could actually be taken down to another facility. So we need to put that on an export belt and get that out into the main bus. We need to have another wire belt. Okay. So I like to work backwards. I think that should be the only thing I need to check, I guess, is just the number of iron plates that are being produced. And that should be on my sheet. All of my reinforced iron plates, with the exception of 60. There's 50 being left going into the main bus. 50 per minute. Oh, I only need 25. Sweet. So we should be able to pull that to the crystal oscillators. No problem. Okay. All right. I think I'm confident in laying down some blueprints. I wonder if I can include this. Although that's not that difficult to put together. Maybe we can just sort that out, no problem. Because it's on the seam. Oh, you know what? We could probably figure that out. Okay. Blueprint designer. So this is currently modular engine right. We're going to call this crystal oscillator right. Change the color to, they're kind of like a yellow. Yeah. Change the recipe. Quartz crystal, cable, and reinforced iron plates. I do not need that to be powered or overpowered. Oh, did I say we need 8 or 10? We need 10. So I will need 10 of these, not 8 of these. I know that I want to remove the pattern. The power is fine. The lights and stuff are fine. The output on this side, and this is facing the right-hand side. So what we need to do, feel like they went to the right. So yeah, I need to have an export here. Did I put that in line? I think I put it in line there and in line here. So then instead of that being there, oh crap, that was right. Should have done that. That should line up. And I don't remember how I did the export, so I need to double check that over here. I think it goes into the middle. Exports that way, which we are not going to be able to do because we're already doing modular engines in that space. So we'll have to go down a level and then take it out to the side maybe. Well, they can go over here. Yeah. Okay. Where are these going anyway? Crystal oscillators are going into radio control units, which are going to be up here anyway. So we'll just put them into the middle, and then we'll figure out where they're going to go from there. And that is just underneath the next panel over. I think I've got room for that. I just have room for that. All right, and then in terms of just some quick color coding here, we've got cable, quartz crystal, and reinforced iron plates. Which order are we going to bring those in? We'll probably bring the crystal in first. I don't really have a pink, do I? And then reinforced iron plates, and then cable. That should be it. That should be good. So am I spelling that right? Two L's. Crystal oscillator. With subfloor power, red room decor. So now we're just going to load up this one. Just that one. And we've got to make sure we're going to go left. I want that to be in the middle. Does that look like it's in the middle? Does not look like it's in the middle. Okay, and then this way will be a little bit trickier. Don't know if this really matters. But I think that's right. No. That would be right. Yeah. I'm gonna have to move the output anyway. Pink? Yeah, I know. I need to come up with a pink swatch. I need to the problem is you gotta sacrifice one of the swatches. It's probably gonna be that one, would be my guess. I don't use that one very much, I don't think. I also have 3 blue swatches. So I need to, like, figure out what's going on here. We haven't built a factory that would require it yet. Alright, so this is actually going to be on the other side. Rebuild this just in case. those there. Same thing, crystal oscillator. Remove that. And now we have the left side. And I'm going to go with the yellow again, but I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. I think my idea was like left would be lighter. Word Nerdify resubscribing at tier 1, 33 months. Thank you ever so much, Word Nerdify. Always good to see you. Hope you're having a good week so far. Save. So it's easy to tell them apart just by color. So we need not 8, but 10. That is something we have room for, I think. Three plus that. Oh, just barely. We can always expand outward. Got lots of room out here. The design of this factory does become a bit of a yes and game as things progress. Out of the range of my hover pack. I feel like this might be the ceiling color. Donarath with a tier 1. 6 months. Currently on a 6-month streak. Holy heck, how did 6 months go by? Donarath, thank you ever so much. Truly appreciate it. That means that a hype train is close. We've got 2 minutes, folks. If you want to jump in on supporting the stream, we can kick off a hype train and people can get a new emote. Sub hype again, Sandy. I know, right? Like, this is what a great way to start the week. That's what 1, 2, 3 subs, 4 subs. Plus bits from MindTripMedia. Very kind of you folks. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you guys like the content. Right. So we can remove these. We're keeping all the red. I could always paint the machines later. Wow, Word Nerdify with 100 bits, Bali with 100 bits, and SweetSandi with 500 bits. And that's a hype train. Starting off. Thanks so much. Really, really appreciate the bits hype. Did I miss something about coding? I know someone that would think it would be very funny if the swatch had been used and there's pink buildings everywhere. Yeah, that'd be funny too. As always, trying to figure out something new in the job today. Oh, word Nerdify. Right, you're working in coding. All right, so that is... we're going to grab this new one. What I should do is put this on a hotbar. I feel like that's a good hotbar. We'll go with 7 and 8. 6 is the custom color. Materials should be 5. And 3 and 4 I don't need right now, but close enough. So the right one... Did I label them backwards? No, that's right. Crystal oscillator right. And we just nudge that along to there. Not as much room vertically as I was hoping, so we'll have to be careful. A little tricky there to bring them in flat. And we've lost the sun, so I gotta take a break.
Do you find working in the dark more efficient, or did you simply forget that light exists?
Both. Thank you for the reminder, Sandy. I'm assuming it was Sandy. My chat is scrolling. Oh, actually, I should wait. We've got a hype train going on. I shouldn't break right this second. Sorry. Completely forgot. Dunraf says I don't code anymore. Save my side projects. I get to play with Lucid and make pretty pictures in PowerPoint. Oh, very cool. So that is now the crystal oscillator. I think for fun I might change that to a yellow color. Just the machine. But now we need to do the left side. Ah, we'll have to rehook that up. That probably won't connect. And that's going the wrong way. How did I do that wrong? That's unfortunate. So the outputs are correct, but the inputs are wrong. Are the inputs right on this one? Yeah, okay, gotta fix it. Hype train is complete, so I'll take the break then. Thanks, Dunraf, I really appreciate it. There's a little bit of a delay sometimes on Twitch. Tier 1 sub from Dunraf went to Casper0357. Casper, make sure you connect your Discord and your Twitch. Join us in the Joel Duggan Discord and obviously give Dunraf a shout out and a thank you. Dunraf, I really appreciate the support. Cheers. I do want to stick to my breaks today just to make sure we can continue to play and enjoy the afternoon. I take a break about once an hour, folks. It gives me a chance to reheat the coffee. You can grab a friend, grab a snack, let them know that we're streaming, and I will be right back. All right, back just in time. Donaraf is back to work. Cheers. Have a good afternoon. You too, Word Nerdify. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support today. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it. What hype chest remote reward did I get? I got a cat. I think everybody got the same one. I don't often have a chance to type in chat, so I don't get to use the emotes very often. Really feeling that the low frame rate today. I'm not sure what's going on. So we need to load up the left-hand side and fix it. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, those are all backwards. That should be in the right direction. Yeah. So then... Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. Okay. We want that on the ground. That one can stay there. This one we want up high. And I'm pretty sure that I had made this one purple. This one was gray. And the top one was black. Alright, that should be good. Be happy to get rid of this staging area too. It feels really old school. So that should be powered. Everything coming in from the front. Export. Loops around. Correct. I guess what I need to do is delete one of these. Yeah. Oh crap. That was the right one. I wish we had control over the slidiness of the hover pack. I do find it very odd that in small spaces it's very slidey. All right, so one thing that needs to get removed is we can probably just delete one of them. So we'll go with maybe on the left blueprint. I'll just remove this. So we'll just have one belt to hook up. That should be fine. So that's 1 out of 5. That's 2. I'm out of plastic. I don't think I'm putting plastic into a dimensional depot either. That needs to happen. I know what I'm doing wrong at the other computer factory. We're syncing stuff there. We should be syncing it at Megatron. Plastic. And this is why. Because we are running out. Oh, there shouldn't be a gap there. Oh, I see what happened. One, two, three. 2 more. Four and 5. Now for this one, it might be worth, rather than having this here, because of the way this is lining up, it might be better to loop this around and connect it there and have both of the exports for this and that come out of the same one. That might be a simpler way to do that one. And then on this side, this is oscillator left. And this should just have, yeah. Why are we connecting up funny? That's not snapping where it should. I guess because it's an off-center blueprint, which is annoying. Now, will it snap to itself the right way? Now I'm low on plates. My goodness. I should try to keep this hypertube conduit. It might be good to have. This room is going to look pretty cool when it's done. Now we're missing crystals. Jeez. I guess we're making a lot of signs. I think after this I'm going to get my main storage room permanently sorted. I wonder if we could gradually change the color of the signs. That'd be kind of fun. So it's, yeah, it's just the width of the belt there. Okay. So now the exports for these are all down the middle. I guess I could have color coded these too, couldn't I? At some point, this switches to modular frames. So that's that there. This just helps at a glance when you're underneath a sea of belts to figure out what's what. And then this should go this way. Cool. So that's what should come out there is crystal oscillators. 10 per minute. And then we need to figure out our totals for the machines for each side. I'll just do it in game, I guess. So 18 per minute. It's gonna be in Mark II. Yep. So crystal purple is gonna be Mark II. Holy frame rate, what's going on? I bet you it's the starting and stopping of the machines below me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I took that out too soon. That is supposed to come over this way. And so we'll do it in this space. Wow. Okay, so that's going to be crystals. Oh, that's only going into the one. And somehow that got moved around. And that's also not straight. Okay. So I did that. At least the first one I'm going to have to switch. Make my life a lot easier. So we can probably split that there. A little tight. Would prefer not to do this, but it will work. So that's going to be crystal oscillators going in there. Yeah, sorry about the frame rates, folks. I'm not sure why it's happening just underneath here. I think it's all the start and stopping of the stuff down here. You can hear all the smoke and the updates, maybe. Cool. That's input for 180 there. And then we just do the same thing for the other two. So that is going to be plates. Just need to know what kind of belts those need. 2.5. So that's only 25. So that means we can go with the Mark 1. Man, if this is this choppy for me, it must be rough on Twitch. I might have to restart the game. running is fine. It's looking around that seems to be the issue. With all these little holograms. It's a bit choppy, yeah. I really wish I could upgrade my PC, but PC parts right now are just bananas expensive in Canada. And I just picked up a Mac Mini to upgrade my podcasting, so we're kind of having to choose the priorities. Don't know about the cable. The cable was a higher amount, I think. 14 per minute times 5. 70. It's a Mark II. That was 180, 140, and 25. Cool. So that's where the inputs are coming in. Now I just have to finish hooking up these top belts and the power. Go a little bit slower so it's not as choppy. Yeah, it's definitely the holograms. Like, moving around like this is not too bad. Oh, right. So, it will still function. It just won't look as nice. I might want to... I always forget about the exports overlapping the imports. Always forget about that. Because technically we're bringing the output back to the center when really normally you wouldn't. Normally you just have them scoot along. So we're making things look nice up top, but that's complicating things under the bottom. I mean, the easy thing to do is just to drop that down, which we will probably be able to do. For now, though, it'll be fine. It doesn't really affect gameplay, and it's not going to affect aesthetics. We're not going to see this. It would bug me, though. I guess I could... loop it around instead. Saving, good idea. Thank you, Sandy. Crystal oscillators. Part 1. I wonder if we've got a website open that's just hogging RAM. Sometimes a Chrome site will be greedy. Alright, so I need to double check the numbers here and make sure I've got the right belts coming in. 180, that means this has to be a Mark III. Uh, 140 also has to be a Mark III. $25 is fine. And 10 per minute is also fine, but that could also be a Mark I. And I'm thinking the easiest way to actually do this would be to drop this down. Plates, cable. Just remove that. That will no longer bother me. Fixed. Now what am I hitting here? There's like a wall here that I can't cross. Like the hitbox on these is messed up. Alright, so we need 180 quartz. There's the quartz there. And it actually gets pushed out at the top. I feel like it might be a good idea to pull it off of this first. The other thing is that we just don't know. This is just not making enough. And this whole room needs to be decorated properly. That's happening there. Okay. I feel like we could take kind of like what we did upstairs and sort of translate it downstairs, but with quartz colors. I'm not crazy about having this right here in the front. I think we'd be better off to go underneath with these. They are all exporting into the middle. That's tricky because what we'll want to do is bring it over. But we can just bring it over from here. Oh, these are being brought in the middle too. Well, we can move that out. Yeah, that'll stay in the middle. Oh, they're both... I did all this manually. So these are both brought in from the side. We could give ourselves a lot more room. Maybe if I go here instead. Yeah. This lift needs to be replaced anyway. There's the quartz. We'll probably end up doing this a couple times. Now, why is that? Oh, because it splits it. Right. Okay. All right, so that should give us enough room to change the exports on these under here. Because what I want to do is I want to pull off 180 from one of these lines. Probably this one. That was weird. It's behind it. That's right. This will all work out. So then coming in this way, we're going to want crystal, quartz crystal, and then overflow. And then we can just backtrack to where we need to go. right down here. Oh, what are those? Ingots. So we need to get that over to here. There it is there. I should change that to go this way. So instead of sending the crystal oscillators out to the front, we're going to send them over... Sorry, not oscillators. Quartz. This is going to be none. So we'll go back this way. And it was a Mark III, if I remember correctly. $180 Mark III. Now the trick for this is going to be to use a floor hole. So that allows us to pull this down as far as we want. That's too low. I love that the signs just go with the copy and pasting. It's great. There's our quartz coming in, but we should power this so that it will not just idle. So the machines will fill up. Thanks for the lurk, Snuggly. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Always nice to have people lurking. Really helps with the views. I know that my stream day is obviously in the middle of the workday for a lot of people. Because it's in the middle of the workday for me. Alright, that should be everybody powered. I'll double check that. Crystal oscillators. People are starting to get their stuff. And I think temporarily, just for now, I don't mind having bright colors in this build. I think that works pretty well. But we may choose something else down the line. Maybe what we'll do, like we did over here, we'll just use like a black color and then have like the yellow highlight. Like this just has the red on the little highlights. So maybe this whole thing could be black, but when with just like a little yellow highlight, so it's not quite so bright. But for now, I just want to remember like which ones are making what things. And so now we need to grab plates. Now I don't want to take up all of this space horizontally. Gotta be careful here. I need to find out where my spare reinforced plates are coming out. They're going up. Where does the overflow go? Plates going in, being distributed. I think it's on the lower floor. Merger. There's the merger. Here it is. Reinforced plate overflow. So you're going out this way. And you are going back up, which means to me that is going up to modular frames. Yes. And then the overflow for these guys. Aha! You're going onto the belt. And you're going way up here. No. You are more overflow. Reinforced iron plate to the left, overflow straight. Is there overflow going straight? This is sending 60. I don't think we need 60. This is going to smart plating. Pretty sure. Yeah. Smart plating. What does smart plating need? Two. So 4, 6, 8, 10. We're already sending 60. I think I need to change that. We are getting some, but it's not very many because we're sending 60 where we need 10. This is what I wish we could do. I wish we could tell it to send so much. I do find the overflow stuff really inconvenient. And I don't understand why this is so slow on the overflow. Yeah, it's odd. Like we should have another overflow, like balancer, I guess. But I don't know that 25 a minute is coming through there. So let's try something here. Let's back this up. Not even sure what this is supposed to be, but the Mark V belt is too much. We've got triple coming out. Are these being combined somewhere? Where's the merger down here? Oh yeah, okay. So there, this is all the lines. This is 40 times 4.5. $180, right? Okay. So that's Mark III. But then this not need to be that much. this should only be a 120 line. Yeah, why is that a Mark III? I think that's where I've screwed up here. These need 3 per minute, and there is 40 of them. That's 120. So that means that's a Mark II. That's a Mark. Why is that a Mark II? Yeah. This should be a Mark II. I must have screwed up when I was redesigning the place. That's a Mark II. So that means that this belt here should be Mark II. I think that just connects to what is going up above here. Yeah. Okay. So with 180 minus the 120, that means this can be just a Mark I. Right. Are we no longer getting overflow? What's happening now? Oh, it's just slow. Okay. So that's the 60 going to the main belt. And then we're going to take what we need, which is only 10, but it seems to just take a really long time. So we'll see if this changes the amount here. I guess I could leave that as a 5. It doesn't really matter. Looks cooler. Am I losing the sunlight? I think I am. Yes. Sun going down. Come on. So this is going to take a bit back up, but after that it should start to readily start putting things out that way. Much steadier pace. And then they're just going to shoot up. And then at that point, I should be able to grab them and send them over in this direction. Yep. So I'm going to make a little marker here. Just temporarily. I'm going to go jump on the break train. Just before I get back, maybe I'll save the game and restart just to make sure that the save is a little bit smoother. Cool. Once again, folks, I take a break once an hour. Gives you a chance to grab a friend and a snack. I will be right back. So it's even choppy on the train ride. A couple of the corners were a little bit sticky, so we'll pull into the station here and then I'll save and exit and reload the save and see if that helps. I hope this is not indicative of days and weeks to come. I don't think I have anything else that I can close. No. Where'd my mouse go? There we go. See if that helps. So is anybody else in chat at the crystal oscillator phase in their playthrough, out of curiosity? I think it's one of the first complicated parts. We need to backtrack and figure out why our machines are not all making 100%. I'm pretty sure the train is bringing in the right amount. We'll have to go back and check. It might be a throughput issue, like we might have to add another car, which would be tricky. And I don't know how much this is improved. So we need to bring in the plates. And it looks like that's going to be covered up. Where is the next flat spot? I guess it's back here. We already have them here. So it's going to make more sense, I think, rather than pulling them from the main line up there, to also pull them from this. So we're going to split it here, I think. And we'll run it next to the rubber. Yeah, that'll be the easiest thing. So we'll just grab it from here. And this is going to get 10. This needs 25, so we should do another smart splitter. And we'll do reinforced plate, overflow. Yes, more is going that way. So we'll want this to fill up first. And we are going to put this above this. Yeah, I don't want to cut off the lanes, so we'll put it in this way. That might not work. We could always bring it around the back here. I'll just cross this over. Wonder if it's going to be easier to just loop it on top. Probably. Bring this along here to keep it simple. Nice and flat. And for people wondering, I'm deleting these extra supports just because this is all under the world, and once you've placed the belts, we don't need them. I don't need the game to try to render this stuff in unnecessarily. Oh, did I put that in the wrong spot? Probably. Mark 2, that's a Mark 1. So there'll be reinforced iron plates coming up this way. That is a Mark 3. It needs to be a Mark 1. So that should be reinforced plates hooked up once they get here. And I guess for this, like, we could technically, once we use the right belt here, I mean, it's cheaper to use this, but if you have all the aluminum that you can to spare, once you use the correct belt here to bottleneck, like, what needs to be happening here, then this can just be whatever speed you want to get things to where they're going faster, as long as this is the right thing. But I can't siphon off less than this. I could use a regular splitter here, sending 25 that way and 25 that way. That might be a better way to do it. So hold on. We are using a smart splitter back here. We've got 35 going that way, and eventually this will all back up and we'll have an overflow there. So that's protected. But currently all 60 are going this way. I only need 10 to go that way. So I feel like there could be like a bit more of a balancer here, where I'll split off evenly. I wonder if a programmable splitter will let me do both. I never use these. Right, so we could have more than one thing. So we could do reinforced iron plates. And then I could also have reinforced iron plates. And then I could also have overflow. Ensuring that this one gets stuff and then the rest will go that way. Does that make sense, everybody? I think that works, right? Now we're going to get some going that way, some going this way. It's going to be 30 and 30, which is still going to be enough. I think that will keep this from being a stalemate. So what should happen here, we could probably watch this build up. So eventually this is just going to back up because it's a 60 belt, but it's only pulling 10. Although, and this is also, maybe I should replace this while we're here. It's one of those backwards belts. I love that you can use the vertical nudge now to place these lifts the way that you want them. It's great. Previously you'd have to like put down a foundation and it would be all kinds of messy. This is going to take another minute to back up just because we've deleted the belts. So this will take a second, but I think that should work. I've never used the programmable splitters, but they'd be great for storage, I think. Just do none, just to make sure. I sometimes use them to gather up things that I just make a little of. They can go all in one belt and save space. Yeah, totally. So they're kind of a programmable merger too, then, aren't they? We're getting close. Almost there. I kind of want to see if this is going to work. The good news is this should all be filling up as well. So by having this going first, we're providing a buffer. So it's going to be the cable that's going to be the telling thing for filling up the manifold. All right, I think we're down to this level now. Yep. So what we should see is an increase in output there once this gets backed up. It's not going to take too long. So it's funny that we've got priority mergers but not priority splitters. I guess that's what these are, maybe? Almost there. So we've got good space in between, and this should start to get more compact. Yeah, there we go. So 2, space, 2, 3, 4, 5, space. Yep. Okay, that's doing what I want it to do. And then, like I said, when this all backs up, we have the overflow here set up to work. So we don't need that. We ended up doing something on the other side that's going to work. And I put down a wall marker up here that I need to get rid of somewhere. There it is there. That should be reinforced plates also happening up here. It is maddeningly... Hold on, I can't say that. Maddeningly slow? Yeah, it's these bigger complex builds take a while to build up. Alright, so we are getting our plates. I think everything is getting plates. Yep, so now the cable. And the cable's going to be tricky. Because we don't have any cable being made, and we need to allocate some wire first. And it looks like we've got wire that's being destroyed, so that's good. I know that these are being used for something. Don't know why this is not full. It should be a full belt. $560 to status and rotors and 40 overflow. Why is this not full? Everything's at 100%. And that doesn't make any sense. Two stitched iron plates, two stitched iron plates. So 600 a minute on a Mark V is fine. But this does not make any sense. Should be 300 coming out of there and 300 coming out of here. Oh, maybe that's the thing. Well, let's mark 1. It's all the same. If only there was a way to count how many belts items there were in a, per belt in a minute. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird, though. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to see it. I guess it could be a visual thing. I guess we'll go down the end. So it should be 300 on either side. Now all these machines are hooked up. They're all producing 100. Or they're all producing at 100%. 30. There's 10 of them. Miss Turk7, hello, how's it going? So 40 to overflow is going that way. But the overflow is going to rotors. That's also going to stators. It's the wrong floor. $450. $150. So it's, I must have split it funny somewhere. Because that's the 600 we're making. But it's split funny on the belts. Huh. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense because these don't ever meet. Like they're separate lines. Like these are separate down the middle there. How is this making 450? Again, 100% times 30 times 10 is 300, not 450. That has to be a bug. I mean, we're not short, right? Could be a bug, says Coldensome. Beat up some strange bugs where belts teleport to other belts and they're connected even though they're not visually. Yeah. I feel like I've seen stuff like that too. As long as I'm not underproducing. And they get merged, right? So like it's not, this isn't a problem. So like if I put another of these guys here, that should say 600, right? I'll let that calibrate. The other 40 is actually not going to overflow. It's going to Stator's floor 2. right, so those are allocated. I don't know that these are going anywhere. I think these are just going into a sink. Yes. Combined with overflow from this one too. Awesome sink top floor and stators and rotors. Grumpa, question for the masses. Does anyone else have the background in our music drop out of every now and then? I thought it might be on my end. Music here? I'm not playing music right now. If it's when I tab out, then yeah. Update 1.1 and experimental doesn't keep the sound effects when I tab out. So if I'm opening up a browser or looking at something, then the audio will cut out. And when I put the game back into the forefront, the music with the audio will come back in. So it might not be. Yeah, never me. No. The microphone is on a different channel. It's just there's a little break in music on breaks when the song changes too. Yeah, when the song changes, there's a lull, for sure. So 284 to stators and rotors. And then the rest are going over here. I think that is the last of our available wire. Yeah. I think the top floor here is also making sheets. Yeah. Okay. So this wire here is more than 600. It's going to be, if I can try to do the math before they actually tell me the answer. So this is going to be 600. I don't know why they're so slow. That's 600 going down there, plus 284. Oh, that's like 1200 or close to it. So 600 minus 284, 316, so it's 916. But it's just going to say 780. Although this is not slow. So it's just doing 780. I wonder if it just means that... Oh, that's at 9%. Right, so we're not actually producing this. Right, okay, it's the bottleneck here that's causing that to slow down. Because this is 780 and we're producing 916. Okay, so that means that we need to bring these down to the main bus. Where is going to be the easiest way to get stuff out of here? We've got some space here. Sort of. Yes. Well, not really. Be a little tricky. Alternatively, we could try to get down this way. Because I do have export happening here. Those are both pretty much full. So what I could do is try to go out here again. You know, under there might be the better way to go. Or maybe we could use this. Maybe this is what we could turn this into, is output for wire. Yeah. Maybe I could turn this into like a little trench or something. Not easy. That is the ceiling I can't go through. If I can get on the other side of this, though. Drives me nuts when you have to cross paths with other belts, you know? We don't have any space back here. I guess I could use this space here. And go this way. And that would allow us to come out here. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. And how many belts am I going to need? 962 belts. Okay. And then maybe we can change the design of this. Is this inside? Yes. It would be kind of cool to actually have some visuals here, though. Rather than having something on the outside of the building. Could have it go down here. Or down there. Guess we could have them go down both in the middle too. Now that we've got floor holes or wall holes, instead of having to do the normal like 2 up, we could actually have them be like right next to each other if we wanted to. I do kind of like the idea of using the wall though. Alright, so 2 belts come back this way, up this way. I think we're gonna have to make, maybe we should make the cable over there. Maybe instead of sending it all to the main bus, I should see how much of it I can send around. I've got to send 140 cable, which means 280 wire. As a matter of fact, did I not have like 284? Oh, that's going off that way. Well, I could send this to the cable. 316 to the cable. Could I get that around in here? Probably. Not being very efficient here. So I could send wire along this way. We don't have any space there to run it up. Don't have any space there. We could go down here. That's a possibility. Or I could send some, well, no. That's overly complicated. Let's not do that. So what I can do is instead of splitting that over here, I could split more of it. I could split it here and have it join up with its friends. And then this will need to have another offshoot. This is just going to rotors. Why does it need 284? $30 is 60. Why am I sending 284 that way? So that's 6120. It's also feeding the stators, I think. Yeah, it's feeding the stators. So 120 plus... That's 180. $220. That's it, though. So that 284 sign is incorrect. It's 220. And I'm sending a lot more than 220. I'm sending 480. $220. So I could use that to get some cable done. I don't know where I'm going to build the cable. We could probably do it here, honestly. How many machines do I need? Just 5 or 6? 4.67? Yeah, there's our 6 right there.
Very good.
See? I'm on the right track. Even Ada knows that I'm on the right track. And we will, I guess, export in the middle. Yeah, let's do that. That's actually quite easy. Plus, we can actually bring them in under here. And now that we've got floor holes, or not floor holes, but we can do this kind of stuff. All right, well, let's make that cable then. We need 140. Let's divide that by 6. 23.33. I feel like that's doable. I'm going to just double check here to make sure that we're not going to run out of space or anything. I think we can probably build this in. Yeah, the autosaves are definitely causing a little bit of a glitch here and there. That does give us access to the trench as well, to take them over there, which is good. Yeah, I think that's a fine little room. No problem. So then the output would be there. That would just go along this way. And then hang a right. We just have to make sure the input can reach both of those. It will probably be better to actually have the output come out this way. There. And then we can do that thing where it looks cool and have the cable kind of circle around. So if we have the output for these going this way. Mark II. What's underneath here? Ports. So it's not going to be like in the ground, but we can totally do it that way. And then the other one could be here. And then this comes out here. So that's our cable coming out there. Not sure which looks better. the other way. Whoops. It's a little slidey in close quarters. Tricky. And these will only have to be Mark 1. Probably should have hooked up the power before I did all this, but whatever. We're here now. That's the output, and then input would be very simple. Probably keep it central. And then just do, this could be a splitter. There. That's a merger. Crap. I do like the unpainted look to all of the belts and mergers, but you do sometimes place the wrong thing because they look so similar. Thankfully, it's easy to fix. And then we just need one splitter around here. I would say probably facing this way. And that's going to come in with whatever this needs. My spreadsheet says 280, so it's going to be... That's a Mark. Oh, that's just into a Mark 4. That's annoying. I need 280 and I'm bringing over 270. Ugh. And then so this is going to be 46 times 3. It's a Mark 3. Anybody else wish they had different measurements for the belts? I feel like the the ratios that they put on the belts, I feel like it's a little bit of a pain. Perhaps it's what they feel like as part of the puzzle, but I wish they were like just 100, 200, 300, 400, you know? You bought Satisfactory on sale. That's awesome, Nookie. I think you'll enjoy it. I hope you'll enjoy it. Okay, so that's going to bring over from there. So now we need... That's 280 plus the 220. That has to come over from here. This is actually going to come together today. I did not think I was going to be able to get crystal oscillators finished today, but this is absolutely going to happen. I'm going to take another break, though, because I'm losing the sunlight, and getting all this work done underground is going to be painful without a little bit of light in the game. So I'm going to scoot up here and grab the brake train. Would love the game to have a keep it simple stupid. Yep, 100%. Once again, folks, a quick break for me. I'm going to grab some more coffee, and you should too. Grab a snack, grab a friend. I will be right back. All right. I really think we're going to be able to get this up and running today. One step closer. It's crazy how long this stuff takes. Turbo motors are complicated. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate it. I know you've got to go, Sandy. So no worries if you got to bail. So we were hooking up the cable. Sounds good. Yep, we'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate all the mod help. Thank you. They're way over here. So that's the input. So now I need to bring over $280. So I'm just gonna bring over the whole line. Right? Because this is gonna be a 600 line. 220 and 280. It's 500, right? Yeah. So this is going to be 500. And then it's going to be 220 to stators and rotors. I'm going to need a bigger sign. And 280 to cable. And that is also not the best sign. Let's try a different format. It's weird how the small image gives you no room. Yeah. And that means that this other side is going to end up being an overflow of 100. This is going to get upgraded. And again, 500 is just a little bit more than the 480 belt, but now we have to use the 780 belt. Oh, I should change the color here. Actually, at the yes, I guess we're still gonna need. What's happening here? This is pulling. This is 500, and it's pulling. What? 20 each. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's pulling 80. So that's 420. We can drop it down. At this point, it can stay a Mark IV. And then the other side of this, I guess we'll just have to do the lift first. That should connect, I hope. Smart splitter, probably the best way to go. Oh, this might not connect. Might have to use a little trick. Think that'll do it? This is a new thing in 1.1. You used to be able to pick block the belt past, like this hole used to be a hole, and now it seems that it actually has a block on it because I can't fit through here either. And I don't think that it's I don't fit anymore. I think that there's actually a hitbox now in there because it blocks your part picker as well. What did I say this was going to be? 280? Yeah, 280. And then from here, I need to know what the other side of that's going to be. Thought it was 120. Yep. So that'll be easy. So we actually don't need a smart splitter there. That can just be a regular splitter. And then we just make sure that this is a 120 line. Oh, wait a minute. There's more going down here. Oh no, that's all. Yep, okay. So that's too big of a line? Yeah, I've got the wrong belts in here. Yeah, each one of these bays needs 60, not 120. So that can be 120. This can be 60. And that means that this can be 60. That's right. 120. So then we got the extra 500 going that way. And then it's stopping because the machines are not powered yet, but we should be able to just pull the power down from the other lane. I just have to figure out where we're going to put the actual power. Get rid of that. This should be pretty easy. I wish they gave you little lines for these too. Okay, that's done. And then we just need to hook it up over this way probably. And then pull it from probably over here. Every once in a while I catch myself like leaning back in my chair. It's a big monitor. It's kind of funny. It should just be able to line it up to with the same thing, right? It is nice when you're only hooking up like 6 machines. It's not a huge ordeal. Doesn't feel super repetitive. And then we can just bring this up. I'd say this can go up a little bit farther. Somewhere's like here. Oops. And that should be everybody hooked up. I just need to do the copy paste of the settings. Cable being produced. And now we just have to run this down the other way. And this is thankfully not going to cause any problems with blocking this area because this has got stuff in it. So we'll go up against the wall here. And then I'll just take one of these. I might not even need one of these, you know? It's not very far. How much cable are we making? 140. I might change this around at some point to make it look good, but for now, more concerned about function. And that is not the right output. What are we doing here? 17. 102. That doesn't make any sense. No. That was the wrong number. $140, right? Yeah. Should maybe change... I don't know if I should change that to be just a little bit more productive. Maybe instead of each machine being its own thing, I should have each machine doing its full capacity and then have one underclocked. That's probably the better way to do it. So let's go 100% there. 100% there. And then these guys can be at 50%. No, less than that. So that's 10, 20 plus 120. And that's a Mark II. It should be a Mark III all through here. Why is that being silly? Double check the math. 30, 30, 60, 90, 120, 130, 140. So that's the Mark III, and then when it gets to here, it splits, and we should be good. So now these guys should be starting to make crystal oscillators. Or eventually. Everything is just a Mark I, so that should be fine. So now I gotta figure out where the crystal oscillators are gonna go. They are part of the radio control units, so we don't want to send everything to the radio control units are going to be nearby. I'm going to have to make 4 more of these guys somewhere. I should probably do that like in here. I could do it here. 2, 3, 4. But I wanted to use this for assemblers. I need assemblers for something. What do I need assemblers for? What did I need assemblers for? Circuit boards. Right. I'm going to have to make computers on site. So I think our computers are going to be made in there. So we're going to need more manufacturers. Another 2 plus another 4. So another 6 manufacturers. I think we're just going to end up doing this again. I think we'll just take this floor and extend it, and we'll do another set of bays. This might not be a double wall. We might, well, maybe we'll separate it, but with a wall or a room or something like that. But we'll probably want to do something here. I might want to maintain this wall. I don't know. I guess once it gets below the roof, it doesn't really matter. So right here, our crystal oscillators, our export of crystal oscillators, which is right here. This is probably going to need to split. So we should do that. I guess I could do it on the ground. It doesn't have to be in the air. That would be a little bit awkward. Yeah, let's do smart splitter. And for now, we'll have it join up here. There we go. Crystal oscillators are now being made and being sunk. We should be making 10 per minute. To see them? No? I know it makes 2 at a time. Are they all in sync? That'd be kind of fun. I always forget to turn off my flashlight in the daytime. I kind of wish that the game would have like an auto light, like your flashlight would come on in certain light level and then turn off when you go into the light time. Into the daylight. There's crystal oscillators there. You there. I'm not sure if they'll ever eventually sync up or not, but cool. Okay, so that's solid. So now it's a matter of getting the overflow happening over this way. That seems light. Are these guys up to 100% yet? Yeah, they are. I guess it's a 140 on a 270 belt. That's why. Oh, I've got this up. Sorry. Carbon Heather, thanks very much. Snuggly Bear, thanks. I don't know, depending on who you are in chat, we've got, what's the command? No. Hold on. I should make that available for people that are not just moderators. On screen.
Attention, your viewers cannot read minds or see around the image you currently have up on screen.
Let me just see what I can do to edit that. Cancel, play sound, image on screen, edit. I don't know where I changed that. Does anybody know in StreamerBot how to change the permissions on the commands? It's not under edit the action. Edit trigger. I thought I could link this to like mods or VIPs. Yeah, it's a fun little sound, I agree. Why can I not? The sub action is play a sound. It has to be under the commands. Oh, there we go. I think I have to make a new command. Yeah, it doesn't let me edit the trigger. I have to make a new one. Commands is bang on screen. And then let's go subscribers. Don't know if that worked. They could do a lot better here on the UI on that. Anyway, I'll figure that out in between streams. Sorry about that. Try it again. If somebody that's a sub or a VIP, try exclamation point on screen in chat and see if it works.
Attention, your viewers cannot read minds or see around the image you currently have up on screen.
Perfect. Thank you, the Warmbow. So that will work for anybody that's a sub. So if I make that mistake again, please, I don't mind the poke. It's funny, but it also means that I'm not doing something dumb by trying to explain something visually in the game when I have a window up over what you folks are supposed to be seeing. All right, so we should label this stuff. 500 to wires, 280 to cable, 100 to overflow. That looks a lot less now. That's good. This needs a sign. This is now gonna go, what did I see? 220. 280. And this is specifically for crystal. Right. 280 crystal oscillator cable, and then 100. Currently, going to one awesome sync. Okay. So that means now we have what's coming out of here, which should be both of these belts combined. That's 600. And this is going to go to the main bus. It's wire. So we can combine that into a 700. So that only has to be one belt now, which is easy. So we'll do the combining down here. So we can fix this. And make this look like the other things. These look a lot more full now, too. Can I fit? Technically, yes. But it might be easier to do it down here. Oh, no, we're not going that low. This is the level I want to be at. I think I used this trick before. Did I use it over there? Oh, that's how I did it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Output that way. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's how they look. about right. Once you start to learn these little tricks, things become a lot easier. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this goes around. And that goes in like that. And then this can come out to here. Don't know if I'm needing... Not sure what's going to happen there. So that will combine with this outlet here. So I can do another merger in this position. We have to be on that lane anyway. Default straight. And then change the overflow to here. Oh, it's not going to quite line up. This is only 100, I think. Yep. So we'll do Mark 1, Mark 2. And Mark 4. So this should be a Mark 4. That's a Mark 4. That's a Mark 5. So that's 600 here, 700 there. And now we just have to take this out this way. Nice. That is much more simple. And I guess we'll just do whichever lane this ends up being in. A good guess. What just happened there? I am inside a belt. This is going down. Weird how the straight doesn't work. So, I was thinking that we could bring it down in here for something cool to look at in the corner, rather than having just another output belt on the outside here, although that could be fun too. I sort of like that idea. I'm not sure how I did that. I guess I have to start here. Let's go on the other way around. Unless those are like faking it and they're not actually hooked up to the wall. No, it should be right. Yeah, it's building it the other way around. That's so weird. Are these not... No, they're connected. Oh, maybe I should put a bottom part on it. Is it just building the opposite of what I'd make? No. Oh, I guess it worked that time. So I guess if you're having trouble with that, put the bottom on first. And then we will also need to grab the spot. Now that is already full. I think that's being combined. Yeah, both of those wire are... Oh no, they're on separate lines. Okay. This is a 700 line, so we need it. I think we need its own line. I don't know how many sheets we're putting on there. I don't think it'll fit. So I think we need to grab this top line, whatever this is. Eventually it does get something. It's pulling something? I need to check my sheet. Rubber. Oh, 300 a minute. So so we can't do that. I wonder if the train is just late. And I'm glad I have a map of my stuff. That's odd that there's no rubber on that at all, though. Nitro train. Instruction 1. Breaker. I don't know that I named that other train. Either way, we can't use the top lane. So we have to use this mid lane, maybe? Oh, no, right. That's the copper sheets. Wire and wire. It's empty up to that point, though. This is going to be a real problem until we can unlock the faster belts. Let's just put it on 19, I guess. Which is this one here. I hate using up another line, but I feel like that's where we're going to have to go. The 19 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 down. Or 3 over and 3 down. The center here is what we want. And we will be able to keep it above ground, I think, here. That looks about right. Nope, except for we're off this way. Bring this along over here. I may or may not want to keep that, and depending on how we decorate it, but that will add wire to there, 700. And now I just need to make sure that it's got a place to be sunk. Deep in the bowels. Looks like it's just going to hit a stopping point. Not good. Oh, it's going to bin. Obviously, I had ran into this issue before. We are going to... I think rather than try to get through this space, we are going to just utilize this spot. And we'll put this probably back here. I guess we'll go out and then down. It's gonna be tricky. We'll use a merger, I guess. And we'll join up with this one. Is that in the middle? That's in the middle. And now I just have to hook this up. Along to there, zip up to there. Now I just have to make sure that this one is getting destroyed somehow, somewhere. Looks like yes. That is not going to be enough. Glad I checked. This is set to, let's go, any overflow. Cool. So that should keep everything moving at just the right speeds. There was a command for that, but I was not able, I didn't switch it to non-mods. I'll do that too. I think it's probably best that people that are like subs and VIPs have it as well. The dark one is like a break reminder though, so like I try to leave that for mods. I'm gonna wrap things up, I think. Now, what's going on here? Why are we operating at 98% on everything? I really don't understand. That does not make any sense to me whatsoever. We should be making 10 per minute. It could be a visual bug on the machines. We'll see here in a second. Yes, I'll make a note to extend that to subscribers. The thing is, like, as long as people don't like do it all the time, because they are audio cues, I don't want them to be spammed. But I think it should be okay. The problem is that like when there's a mod present and somebody else does it, I think I just need to make sure that it can't be played like twice in like 3 minutes. So like if a mod just isn't at the screen and somebody else does it, then I don't want it to like double play. Why is it at 15? It should only be at 10. $16 a minute is not possible. We are only making 10. One machine, it's not even operating at 100%, and there's only 10 of them. So it's 10 is the math. We're not entering into crazy territory here. Oh, there we go. Now it says 10. What? I just looked away. Is that all you have to do? It's like a creaking. You just look away and it changes. Now it says 8. I guess it's gonna... Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it updates every minute. And when there's lulls like this, it's gonna say like, well, you're doing 16 right now, but then you're doing... yeah, Wormbo, I think it's counting the burst. I think you're right. The gliding average window might not be long enough. Yeah, see, now it's going to go down to 0. Now, hopefully it'll recalibrate. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then there's another batch. Yeah, I think it's maybe because it's being weird. That should go up to 8. I wonder if it's going to fall down to 8 again. So like if this gets 10 and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If that goes down to 4 by the time those get here, maybe. But I don't think that's going to happen. But see, then there's this long gap, right? I feel like it shouldn't recalibrate all the time. Because if you ever came over and said, like, why am I making 17 a minute or 16 a minute? Right? See, then it's going to go all the way back down to 0. So if you come over here during a lull and you're like, how many am I making? And it says 0. You're like, well, wait, what? It is not configurable, no. It just gives you a graph. See, throughput rate is 60, 0, 30, 0. And it goes back down to 8. I guess the only way to do it would be like to turn the machines all off and then turn them all on at the same time. Either way, we've got the crystal oscillators rolling, and I was able to use all the stuff we have. Get rid of... Actually, we can probably get rid of that... we can get rid of that awesome sync now, I think. Because... yeah, I can actually take this and say none. So we can clean this up. This nonsense. Yeah. Sneaky little bin in the back. And so that means that all of this is now done. Nice, so we'll have to figure out how we're going to handle the decoration on the inside there, but that means that all of this is nice and tight. Good to go. And that means that all of this... We'll have to figure out what to do there. But other than that, all of this we can kind of rough in again. Maybe I'll not have that there for now. We'll have to figure out a way to decorate that and make it look cool. Oh, I can't forget. I have to do this. We've got wire on 19. Cool. Can you put a hole in the slanted wall? No, but you can kind of run a... we could run it up close to it. Well, you know what? That's a lie. You can do... Sort of, I guess is the answer to that. You can put one of these down. So the thing is, you do this, put one of these on it at the right height, and then you could probably... Oh, can you not nudge these? Okay, so you can't hologram lock those, at least not at this point. So what you'd have to do is use this, back that up to the point where you think it would be, put in the wall hole, and it would look like that. So, not ideal. I mean, you could do things to cover it up. You know, like you could grab your wall here and then cover it up like that. There'd be ways to make it look like it was part of it. It would be hard. You'd have to really mess around with stuff. I kind of like the trench here, so I didn't want to cover this up. You were thinking about putting something like that. For me, it was more about like, do I want to put like another one of these kind of like in that position? So I'm not really sure. I might handle this differently. Oh, staggered back one. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like this little dip, because then if you're walking through here, you can see that going. Even though graphically it looks like it's going the other way when you look through the glass. It's weird, right? I think when these get released in the full version, they will be something that you can nudge around. Right now, I think they're still like a work in progress. Yeah, we still have to work out how we're going to decorate that. I'll put this back. But I think that's pretty good. Not bad for a day's work. The trench is cool. Yeah, I like seeing stuff move around. I mean, it's not the most efficient thing to have these here, but they look cool with stuff going across them. I mean, it's better when you're making a lot more, but it's nice from up here that you can see like this is actually working. It's actually making something. So I kind of like that idea. Oh, hello. There's one reason why we're not getting the right output. What's happening there? Ah, I forgot to hook that up to something. That goes down. It goes across. I didn't hook up the output right. Yeah, that's weird. That must have been one of the ones I forgot to delete. But like, that's cool. Like, if I didn't have that belt, I might not have noticed that mistake. So that's cool. One thing we can do before I wrap up here is paint these the right color. I'm pretty sure that we did this. They're black, it looks like. Black. Oh, you know what? I think I did like the matte black. -10. Oops. And then this, we can do caution yellow. So you still know that they're crystal oscillators, but they're a little bit less flashy. Yeah, that looks right. And I feel like the crystal oscillators are like that yellow color. Do I have some? I do. Hold on. It's maybe a bit bright, but I think it's fine. That's a cool looking floor too. And maybe we'll leave the red lights along the bottom, but then the overhead lights, if we put them in, maybe they'll be yellow down here. I still need to work out a good way to wire overhead lighting. I really struggle with how to make that all work. Anyway, let's see who is playing Satisfactory so I can pass you all along. It sucks that when I tab out that we lose the audio. Could be cool to leave the ceiling open to get the reflection of the mountains. Yeah, some of this is going to be open, but I'm going to see if I can put some lights underneath rafters and stuff. Oh, South of Midnight came out today. That'll be a fun one. I don't see any of my normal people playing Satisfactory. I don't see anybody streaming that I normally stream. Pearlescent Moon is doing art. Cool. Honestly, I think that's probably just going to be where I need to wrap things up. So, if you want to follow on social media, it is very easy to find me. You can find me at Joel Duggan. It's across all platforms: TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter. Very easy to find. Do check out the Spawn Chunks podcast. It is a new episode out this week, 344, talking about the Minecraft movie, or a Minecraft movie, I should say. Spoiler free, because Johnny hadn't seen it yet, but I did. So we talked about that, as well as the new stuff coming out of the Bedrock preview. I will have a new episode of the Citadel Cafe recording on Thursday evening. So if you're a part of my Discord, you can tune in for that live. It should be around 8 o'clock Atlantic. That's UTC minus 4 hours right now. And I would really appreciate it if you check them out. They're both free podcasts. You can download them wherever you get your favorite podcasts. The Spawn Chunks is on YouTube as well if you prefer a video version. And I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Atlantic to continue on either with Satisfactory or Minecraft if I can update the server in the next 24 hours. So we'll see what's going on there. Thanks everyone so much for watching, folks. I will see you all later. Bye for now.